Доброго ранку, шановні пані та панове. Ми запрошуємо всіх до нашої зали. За декілька хвилин ми
Well, distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, will you please take your seats in this comfortable basement because we are starting our event in a few moments. In the meantime, if you think you would not survive without conference interpretation, you may pick up headsets at the entrance. And one other housekeeping announcement. You know what air raid alerts mean, and we have to act responsibly whenever one is announced. So, in case we are alerted to an imminent air raid, we would kindly request that you proceed to our shelter, which is just opposite Unit Cafe. Everything is it is equipped with all you want to enjoy this event. Just don't ignore this alert. Once again, will you please come join us here?
Мені здається, буде доречно.
Methinks it appropriate to start our event by paying homage to those who
що вона достойна майбутнього,
perished in the war
свого життя.
for our independence, life, and sovereignty.
України ні слава, ні воля. Ще нам, браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці. Запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
Слава Україні! І ще раз я вітаю всіх.
Once again, welcome everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you at UI Global at the Start Project Start, sponsored by USAID. The program opens opportunities to all as competitive economy of Ukrainian partnership with its partners, officially launches initiative. This event will introduce you to it and allow time for discussing ways to grow SME businesses at global Etsy marketplace. The participants will learn about the program more and discuss how they can successfully utilize opportunities provided by the platform. May I invite Julie Coylan, USAID Mission Director in Ukraine, to take the floor.
Дякую. Доброго ранку. I am so excited to be here today, and I'm grateful to be able to speak to you. The fact that you all are here in this initiative with Etsy is proof to me that Ukraine remains open for business. So that's a wonderful way to start off. For over 2.5 years, Ukrainians have faced relentless missile and drone attacks from Russia. You all know that. But not once has the Ukrainian spirit wavered. You continue to show incredible strength and courage and determination. You are the inspiration of the world. And it's been inspiring for all of us to witness the creativity and the resilience that Ukrainians bring to every challenge they encounter. What I've seen since being here the last 2 months is that Ukraine is a country of doers. From the first day of the full-scale invasion, you've taken action on the battlefield, in your communities, and through your businesses. The same creativity, innovation, and tenacity fuels your entrepreneurial spirit. You don't wait for change, you make it happen. We have several entrepreneurs here today whose work is absolutely vital, not just to Ukraine's economy, but to the country's success in this terrible war. Ukrainian businesses generate revenue needed to support the military and produce goods and services essential to the country's defense. Despite facing constant blackouts and near daily attacks, you've kept businesses alive. And many of you have even grown your businesses. Well done. I'd like to highlight today Ukroposhta's Yulia Pavlenko. I don't know, is she here today, Yulia? There she is, okay, voila. So in 2016, Yulia saw the potential for expanding e-commerce in Ukraine. She launched Ukroposhta's e-export school, helping countless small businesses pursue export opportunities. And then in the year 2020, Ukroposhta partnered with USAID with our supported program, the e-export school, helping small manufacturers reach global markets. And then from that, and then today, we're launching Etsy Start. This program will help even more Ukrainian businesses expand internationally and support Ukraine's economic recovery. The US government is committed to supporting Ukraine, not just winning the war, but also winning its future by rebuilding a stronger, resilient economy, fully integrated into the EU. Despite the war, Ukraine remains fertile ground for entrepreneurship and business growth. Your businesses are the background of this economy, and initiatives like Etsy Start will strengthen the foundation for economic recovery. Entrepreneurs like all of you are laying the groundwork for a strong, self-sufficient economy by creating jobs, fostering innovation, and connecting with global markets. I want to close by just saying that the United States stands with Ukraine. We will continue to support your businesses, your entrepreneurs, and your people as you build a brighter future. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. На жаль, сьогодні не всі спікери змогли до нас приєднатися, але все одно вони з нами. За допомогою онлайн-зв'язку я хочу запросити і попросити вивести на екрани привітання від генерального менеджера міжнародного напрямку та віце-президента з ініціатив маркетплейсу Etsy Джеймс Осман.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Osman, and I am the General Manager of International and Vice President of Marketplace Initiatives at Etsy. I'm honored to be here with you today at the kickoff of this initiative for Ukrainian small business owners. At Etsy, our mission is to keep commerce human. Our platform is home to over 7 million sellers from nearly every corner of the world. Real people designing, building, creating, and curating unique items for our community of over 90 million buyers. We've long been committed to providing an on-ramp to entrepreneurship and digital commerce, empowering sellers to turn their creativity into economic opportunity. When the team at USAID approached us about their competitive economy program to support small businesses in Ukraine, we immediately saw the connections with our mission and that it presented an opportunity to help advance the journey of creative entrepreneurs in the country. For a long time, sellers in Ukraine have been an integral part of Etsy's dynamic global community, delighting buyers worldwide with their art and craftsmanship. Ukrainian sellers are known for their talent and beautiful products. And on Etsy, we've seen buyers return time and again to purchase items from Ukrainian shops in top categories like home decor, prints, and toys, among many others. These sellers have gained recognition in the global marketplace, with many exporting their unique products to major markets, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Canada. It's truly inspiring to see the resilience and determination of Ukrainian entrepreneurs, especially in the face of such challenging circumstances. Since the war began, we have witnessed countless Ukrainian sellers keep their shops open and demonstrate great determination to sustain their businesses. Etsy has worked to support these sellers, including through targeted marketing initiatives to make it easier for buyers worldwide to discover and purchase from Ukrainian shops. We're also incredibly proud to support USAID's Competitive Economy Program to enhance small and medium-sized enterprises' ability to compete globally. As part of our commitment to empowering more sellers in the Ukraine, last year we expanded Etsy payments to sellers in Ukraine. This enables more Ukraine-based sellers to open Etsy shops and provides them with access to an enhanced payments platform and the ability to reach more potential buyers globally. This update has also been made possible through Etsy's global payments provider, Payoneer. Etsy has partnered with Payoneer to bring efficiencies at scale and enable seamless payouts to sellers in local markets like Ukraine in the currency they prefer. Over 14,000 new Ukrainian shops have opened since Etsy Payments launched, providing more opportunities for artisans and small business owners to share their talent with the world. Today, we are excited to support the USAID Ukraine Global Etsy Start program to provide training and onboarding support to 500 Ukrainian sellers on Etsy. This program comes at a crucial time for Ukraine's economic future, and we are committed to supporting these sellers as they launch and scale their businesses. One of our longtime Ukrainian sellers is Busy Puzzle, founded by Julia and Ihor. Their shop specializes in beautifully crafted wooden puzzles and toys, which have captured the attention of thousands of buyers worldwide. Over the years, they've successfully sold over 719,000 of their unique handmade toys, delighting children and adults alike. Busy Puzzle is a great example of how Ukrainian artisans, through their creativity and hard work, can achieve remarkable success and bring joy to customers across the globe. Their journey showcases the incredible potential within Ukraine's artisan community and the power of platforms like Etsy to support that growth. Through the Ukraine Global Etsy Start program, talented creative entrepreneurs and artisans will receive training on how to manage and run their shops in the digital economy. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to USAID for reaching out to Etsy and for including our community in this powerful initiative. We are excited to support this program and can't wait to see the meaningful impact of these efforts on the creative community in Ukraine, unlocking incredible potential and fostering sustainable economic growth. Thank you.
Because
Один, два. О, запрацював.
sound check. So
Перша сесія.
we'll have three sessions today. First, presentation of the project dedicated to starting on Etsy marketplace. To this end, let me ask
Виконавець контракту щодо ініціативи Etsy «Шлях до
Tech Bureau, who is implementing this.
Ганна Зен.
Hannah Zen. Your cordial applause to her.
Доброго дня всім.
Morning.
Рада всіх бачити. Дякую, що ви приєдналися.
Happy to see you all. Happy to see you here. I'm a representative of Tech Bureau, a CSO. We are a technical implementing partner
Програма USAID конкурентна
of USAID Program, Competitive Economy of Ukraine. Responsible for the implementation of this project. I will introduce it, tell you how we go about selection, who is it intended for, and what this program has to offer our participants.
презентацію.
Got one problem with the clicker.
Дякую. Так. Колеги, мабуть, так, працюю.
Ага,
You are global at the
It does work. Global at the start. It's a project for the new generation Ukrainian entrepreneurs, producers, creators that create physical goods and want to try their hand at international trade or better understand how they can
свій бізнес
grow their business with the help of Etsy. Etsy marketplace is probably
за кордон.
the most accessible with this goal of overseas trade in mind for
Які вже мають
solar entrepreneurs and probably and companies with established processes ready for scaling up.
Це важлива ініціатива, тому що
This is also an important initiative because Etsy is
великим каналом для українських
a
підприємств.
big channel for Ukrainian entrepreneurs. I'll tell you more about how Ukraine is represented at it. More than 35,000 shops.
Лідер входить в топ-10
And Ukraine is in top 10
ставлених на Etsy.
countries represented on Etsy in terms of sales and the number of goods that are offered for sale in this marketplace. Some of the Ukrainian shops are even on top 5 in their respective categories. You can see
Кожного підприємця
the
ставить собі мету розвинути свій магазин.
amounts that Ukrainian entrepreneurs could use in order to grow their micro businesses into something bigger.
Також можемо побачити, які
You can also see the most popular categories
магазинів і також
related to Ukraine and the nations
основними ринками
that are Ukraine's top market for Ukrainian shops, the US, UK, Germany, Canada, and Australia.
І також важливо, що у жовтні 2020
In October, October 23, Etsy finally made it possible for Ukraine to
скажімо,
be
офіційно
officially
тільки запуску
represented on Etsy thanks to launching its Etsy payments. Since that time, more than 14,000 new Ukrainian shops started their business on Etsy.
Невеличка передісторія. Ми разом з партнерами
As a backgrounder, together with some partners, back in 22, we implemented many new support project. At that time, its intention was to support Ukrainian
статистику.
producers. Some interesting stats you may take note of.
Є дуже активними і
Sellers working with Etsy
надати в той момент. Вона
were very active, and support we provided them to help them
деякі з прикладів, звісно, дуже варіативні.
score new achievements.
Але ми маємо дуже великі успішні кейси серед
There are some
ініціативи.
important cases amongst those who initiated this initiative, and you can see where Etsy entrepreneurs
Розуміємо, що саме ці потреби, саме ці задачі ми можемо допомогти вирішити.
donate, and we
Починає свій шлях з Etsy.
understand that this can still be very handy for those who are starting their business on Etsy. And
Отже, що хочу сказати про організаторах цього проекту.
okay, so a couple of words on those who organized this project. USAID Competitive Economy of Ukraine, that for many years has been supporting economic development and growth in Ukraine. Other partners such as Ukrposhta and the Entrepreneurship and Export Promotion Office, and of course ETSI, which is a very positive for our market. UA Global ETSI Start is a 2-month-long program targeting 500 entrepreneurs who will be selected in competitive procedure. The participants, the winners, will be offered a training program to start with, so that less experienced or new kids on the block could figure out how they can effectively set up shop, set up their marketing activities and other business experts. In addition to the training sessions, we are planning to offer mentorship support, of which I'll tell you more in a while. Apart from that, 500 participants will get $1,000 to support their marketing campaigns, promotions, procurements of material, or retaining experts who help them support their businesses initially. And ETSI will also gift a $500 worth certificate to the participants that they can use in order to promote their goods on this marketplace. And Ukrainska Poshta will chip in. So who is it for? Creative product, handmade goods, companies, brands, solo businesses that are yet to learn about ETSI and willing to try selling something abroad, or those who open their shops after October 2023 and have some initial experience accumulated, but even them would benefit by our program. I'm sure it is important that the businesses have a certain vision of scaling up, of growing eventually from
такого відносно хобі формату вирости
family craft shop to a business, to a bigger business, engaging with the opportunities present abroad. These are companies whose production is based in Ukraine, no resale, only those that's created in Ukraine. It is important that these entrepreneurs create new jobs in Ukraine. Plus, all of them need to be legal businesses, or at least in the very least ready to get registered within a fortnight after the program start. These are conditions sine qua non for participation in the program. A bit of information on the training program. It's structured so as to bring benefits to the
дуже базових лекцій на тему реєстрації.
Those who are just starting and the more experienced entrepreneurs, registration, business analytics, logistics, marketing, taxation, business strategies. We will also offer an in-depth view of marketing. We will be discussing content creation, something, and sustainability for the brands, we want to promote abroad, if we want to meet the expectations of buyers worldwide.
Тобто кожен учасник зможе
It
поставити свої питання.
has been mentioned that we will provide mentorship element in this program, so participants can engage with the mentors, and of course success stories given by Etsy entrepreneurs who will share their stories of growing their businesses, and that's scholarships. All 500 participants are eligible for scholarship, provided they register. The money they get can be used to procure goods, pay for labor, retention of expert advisors, and another half of this
Як взяти
amount will have to be used to promote marketing. We've created a platform to this end, uaglbl.org. You can register and create your personal account, after which you'll be requested to fill out an application form and submit it by October the 1st.
за тиждень після цього
A week after, winners will be selected and announced.
нотифікацію від нас, як в
Every
кабінеті, так і на
applicant will be notified both on their personal account and
створюється аккаунт.
via mail. That's how the platform looks like.
Провести це ранжування і оцінювання.
Later on, it'll help us do some ratings and selections. Registration procedure is very straightforward. Well, the application submission, that's how your application looks like. It's got a few questions, but please make sure that your answer very accurately and carefully, because this data will be used for selection purposes. After you filled out your application, you will get a notification and put on the waiting list. We wouldn't recommend to wait until the very last day, because nobody knows what situation with the power supply is gonna be in the last week. No application submitted after the deadline will be processed, and the registration is open only on this site. Deadline, once again, October the 1st.
Будуть в процесі якісь питання.
Should you have any further inquiries along the line,
На платформі насправді
email us on this address. The platform does provide a lot of information that can help you with your application, but should you think it's not there, email us on this address. Thank you very much, and I am here to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Увімкнули. Якщо у вас є питання, ви можете підняти руку.
If you have any question, you can raise your hand and our assistant will give you the microphone.
Добрий день. Дякую дуже за вашу
Good
презентацію.
afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question.
Обмежується програма лише
Is the program limited only by the fields that were mentioned in the presentation? And is it possible to use this program for the digital products, or is it only for the handmade products?
які були наведені
Surely the industry which were presented, were shown in the presentation,
напрямків, які є найбільш
so
популярними саме.
they were related to the fields that are the most popular amongst Ukraine sellers. Very good question, and there are a lot of
діджитал продукти
digital products which are popular on Etsy. There
There
are some visuals that are being sold. There are guides, guidebooks. Maybe it's not the most popular category, but still certain digital products are presented on Etsy.
Треба знов-таки перевіряти, наскільки це
It needs further clarification.
тому що Etsy просуває.
How is it applicable to the list which Etsy tries
Можливо, у вас є
to
приклад більш конкретно продукту.
promote? Maybe you have a better description of the product that you're talking about.
Уточнити питання, чи можуть підприємці, які
So
випускають
just to clarify, so can entrepreneurs who produce digital products join the program? Yes, they can. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Ще одне питання, будь
Thank
ласка.
you very much. We have one more question.
Дякую за таку ініціативу.
Thank you very much for such an initiative. I'm representing to organization Nova Kakhovka, Ukraine, and I'm an ambassador. And the main target audience are the IDPs.
І друге питання.
And is it applicable for them to join? And also, you have also mentioned that people should be registered as an entrepreneurs. Or can people who are not registered yet join the program just by having the social media account?
Даємо можливість тим, в кого ще немає реєстрації.
So we give the possibility only to those people who don't have who are not registered yet,
отримати допомогу, бути
so
частиною
they
цієї
can
програми.
get some support.
Якщо це не відбувається,
If
тоді,
it's-
звісно, що це не є
But
можливо.
they have to register later on. But if it doesn't happen, so they cannot participate in the program.
Збалансовано будемо відбирати
Also,
учасників,
we will try to
тобто розподілення
choose
і
the
по регіонам, і
participants
по,
the
індустріям.
most balanced way
Я б
according
сказала,
to
це
the
буде
industry.
максимально рівноцінне,
And also,
залучення різних,
I want to say that it will be equal if we talk about the engagement of different
Добрий
members.
день, Ганна. Мене звати Тарас. Дякую за
Also,
ініціативу. Добрий день
Thank you
всім.
very much. My name is
Я в
Taras.
Україні зацікавлений в
In
розвитку
Ukraine, I'm
бренду,
interested in
а
the
потім вже
development of
продукту. І в
brand
мене
and then
виникає
the
питання
product.
щодо
And I have
просування на
the
Etsy.
question about
Це
the
виключно
promotion
про
on
товари
Etsy.
чи про
So is
розвиток
it only
бренду,
about products or
і
about
міжнародної
the
впізнаваності в
development
тому
of
числі?
brand and
Оцей
international
момент стратегії мене цікавить.
identity as
Дивіться, у
well?
нас в
Very
програмі
interested.
запланована робота
So
саме
in
з
our
продуктом
program,
бренду,
we
і
are
просування
planning
бренда,
to promote
сторітелінг,
brands
все, що навколо
by
цього.
using storytelling and other
Чи
things.
є це умовно головною ціллю програми?
So is it
Ні, це скоріше
the main
компонент
aim of the
цього.
program? No, it's just the components of this program.
Просто мені здається, що
And
Etsy
also,
більше про
I
продаж
think that
товару,
Etsy is more
а не
about
про
selling
просування
products,
бренду,
but not
чи
only
можливо
about
говорити.
promotion of brand.
Ну,
Am I mistaken?
Просування бренду може тільки посилити
Actually,
вашу
the promotion of
присутність,
brand
вашу
can
visibility,
just
і те, наскільки
enhance
ваш
your
товар є
presence, your
цікавим,
visibility,
для
and
покупців.
show whether your
Наявність
product is
сильного
interesting
бренду,
for
вона для вас
the
тільки,
customers or not.
чи
So
є,
actually,
чи
the
всі, хто
brand
представлений
identity
на Etsy,
is
працюють
very
над
important
брендом і
for that. So is it applicable to everyone who is presented on
це,
Etsy?
можливо, не є першим пріоритетом саме
So that's not
на
the
бренд
first
стратегії,
priority
просування
of the
бренду.
strategy.
Але, звісно, що це для вас
I mean, the promotion of brand. But for you,
сильний
if you decide to work on that, if you want to make your brand recognizable, so it will be only just an advantage.
Підскажіть, будь ласка, які
Good
критерії
afternoon. I
відбору
want to
були
ask you what are the
представників,
criteria
які
of
пройдуть
the
далі?
selection of the participants who will continue learning.
Відбір буде відбуватись, по суті, в
So
один
we
етап.
will
Тобто ми зберемо
choose the
заявки,
participants
і ті
during
результати,
one
які ми
period
оголосили
of time.
8 жовтня, це
So
буде
we
вже,
take
по
the
суті,
applications only
конкурс
by
підприємців, які
8th
беруть
of
участь в програмі. Щодо критеріїв,
October, and later on they will not be able
тобто,
to
те,
join
що
the
я
program.
озвучила, по-перше, це мають бути
And
або
take
ті,
into
хто не
account
представлений
the things
в
that I
цьому
have
році, або ті,
just
хто,
talked about.
зареєструвались після жовтня 2023 року. Це важлива
So
умова. Якщо
it's very important to be registered after October 2023. If they were registered later, so it means that they will not be applicable for further participation in the project. So these must be Ukrainian products that were made in Ukraine and they were created by October 2023. And taking the participants who are suitable for the list, it means that we will try to choose them consciously. I remember, for example, I used to have the shop with another project, and now I want to collaborate with another project, and I want to start it from scratch using my name. Yes, you can. If there was your name mentioned.
Чи є в нас ще питання?
Чи є
Do we
у
have
нас
any
ще
other
питання?
questions?
Хочу
Я
нагадати.
бачу.
Так. Будь
Yes,
ласка.
I see the question.
Добрий день.
Good afternoon.
Пані Юлія,
Так? Так краще? Ну, добре. Скажіть, будь ласка, якщо, наприклад,
Could
ми
you please
пройшов
tell
цей
me
етап, по заявці,
if
а можна бути просто слухачем
we have
вашого
skipped
онлайн-запису?
the process of application. So, can I be just the listener of your training program? Actually, the training program, which is made for the participants, is closed. But we are planning to have some open sessions with the Nova Poshta, and the entrepreneurs from Etsy will be able to participate there.
Протягом їхнього шляху на Etsy.
And they will share their experience while working with Etsy, and it will be available for everyone. So actually, we will have some practical steps there, right?
Знов-таки ті сесії, які на сьогоднішній
So
день
these
заплановані.
sessions that are planned as available for public, I think these more are like interviews with entrepreneurs. I'm sure that there will be some
Публікувати в наших соціальних мережах матеріали,
some
які можуть бути
pieces of advice, some strategical steps, but most of the information is for the participants of the training program with closed sessions.
учасників. Дякую.
Thank you.
чи є ще питання у нас?
Are there any other questions?
Так, будь ласка.
Yes, please.
Добрий день всім, я з Укрпошти.
Good afternoon. I'm from
З приводу матеріалів.
Укрпошта, Pavlenko Yulia,
Так, я боролася за цю ініціативу дуже багато часу.
and I really wanted to participate in this initiative. Happy to be here. So talking about the materials. So a bigger part of the materials will be open, and with USAID we have recorded some very useful materials. So if you want, you can just visit the Ukrposhta's website. There is just the series where you can check the episodes. Actually, you can watch the series with Bondarev in the main role about Etsy, so it will be available for public. And also on YouTube, we have a lot of videos recorded about the analytics and about the research, and why we do some closed sessions, some closed training, because we want to pay more attention to those who decided to join the training program, and it's more challenging because they made an effort, so they could join the program as the participant with full rights. And I know that there are lots of successful entrepreneurs here. And I hope that this program will stimulate you even more. Maybe there are even more brands that we have seen on Etsy. So before that, you have seen an example of entrepreneur who promoted this product on Etsy. Actually, that's very good when you start working with Etsy, because you are learning how to be competitive and you learn how to make your brand recognizable. It means that if you publish your brand on Etsy, it means that your brand will become more valuable. And Etsy stimulates the outer engagement, so you'll be able to do some collaborations with social media, and that's why we will have a big mentors support program to stimulate your initiatives.
Якщо хтось з вас переможе,
So if
Укрпошта
anyone
допоможе.
wins, Ukrposhta helps you. Please, next question. Good afternoon, Yulia, Hanna. Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Schneider. I represent the small business which produces toys So I want to ask you, will there be any other initiatives for the shops that were made after October 2023?
Що це просто хороша ідея всім подумати.
I think that's the good idea to think about that. And there are a lot of materials that were made before. And a few years before, we have recorded the course, which is dedicated to launching your products on different marketplaces. And this project is some kind of a pilot project. And I think that there will be some more initiatives so we could support you and get some help from the wider audience. Thank you very much. I hope that all the partners have heard that there is a demand for that. So, my name is Alexandra. I have a question. Additional question. So I used to have an account of the shop. So nowadays, I don't have any products published there. I just have some information in bio or some background history. Actually, I think that you can start the same thing from scratch and still it will be counted as if you have created it earlier. Thank you very much. And I want to remind you that in a few minutes, we will have a lot more interesting things because Hanna will stay with us. We need a few minutes just to get ready for the beginning of the session.
Вашими оплесками.
Hanna,
Трошки підтримуємо.
how you feel?
Це досить хвилююча подія.
It supports. It's a very important event and the presentation, and we work a lot with the presentation of the projects, and I'm really happy that we have such a possibility to present such an initiative here. And it's a very cool experience. Thank you very much, Hanna. Just a few minutes, and I want to invite you to get back to the hall. And now we are going to do everything for the beginning of our next sessions. I want to remind you that in case of hearing the air raids during the session, we invite everyone to our bomb shelter, which is located in the building next to this one. So everything is established there such way so we could continue working, discussing, and getting acquainted with the program.
Якщо хтось бажає, ви можете пересісти на перші ряди.
If anyone is willing to, you can sit in the first line. You can move a bit closer to us, so you would see it better and you would feel more comfortable.
Так, будь ласка. Якщо ви бачите попереду себе вільні місця,
If you see any free seats in front of you and there are no bags, you can take a seat. Don't be shy to move a bit closer to us.
я запрошую на цю сцену
I want to invite to the scene the director of the sales department in Eastern Europe. Mr. Igor, happy to see you. Please take a seat. Then the director of the public organization and bureau, Hanna Zen, is together with us. The director of the Department of International Operations,
Укрпошта,
Yulia Pavlenko.
Директор Державного
Director of Governmental Control of Exports.
Модератор
The moderator,
Панько Єлізавета, менеджерка з питань
Єлизавета,
торгівлі та конкурентоспроможності, програма USAID «Конкурентоспроможна економіка України».
So, manager for the program, the competitive economy of Ukraine.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Рада вас бачити.
Happy to see you,
Шановні учасники.
our dear participants, And I hope that potential participant of our initiative, which we're going to present, and I'm happy to meet our partners and speakers on this panel discussion. Really happy to see you. Of course, our today's event is built on the discussion of one of the biggest marketplaces in the world, Etsy. But using the possibility that everyone here got together, the speakers and everyone is individual in their own way, but really connected to the e-commerce in Ukraine and with different directions, so we could get acquainted with the tendencies. That's why I want to discuss and hear your thoughts about the economic development of the marketplaces in Ukraine, because, you know, after the full-scale invasion has affected e-commerce and all other fields as well. And Yulia was presenting the School of Exporters and some other courses. So I hope that we will have a very productive discussion today. And the first sessions of questions I want to build in that way. So if you could tell from your own perspective, I mean, there are the representatives who are who are creating such a closed ecosystem of e-commerce in Ukraine. So there is the mentorship, the courses, payments, the logistics, which is very important in this way, and also the opinion of the governmental regulations. So I will have the first question to Andriy. So how was the e-commerce changed in Ukraine since 2022? Which are the tendencies right now? Which are the most popular direction, and what has changed over that time? Thank you very much for your question. Welcome, our guests, partners, and I'm delighted to support the very powerful program with our partners. So if we talk about the e-commerce, so from the perspective of legislation, so it works really effectively since 2017. But if we talk about some certain regulations about opening marketplaces, of course, we can see some positive changes in relation to Ukraine. So even if we take Etsy, I remember that even in 2022, there were some challenges about the availability of this marketplace, and that's the very good possibility for the beginning exporters to launch their product on some markets. And then we can see some changes in tendency from the perspective of exports. So we have even more clients who personally come to our office and ask how can we export some crafts products made of clay. So it's also related to some decorations, to the foods of some. There are some specific requests also, and we can see that entrepreneurs are becoming more and more active about the marketplaces. So we also help them with the analytics, with the searching for partners, and also there are some products related to e-commerce. There are some courses where you can find out more about the logistics, about the way you can build it, about the analysis of the market. And I see some rapid changes from the perspective of increasing the interest towards marketplaces and in relation to exports to some foreign markets. So I see some positive changes.
Andriy, could you share some stats or make some comparisons over the past 2 years? Has the presence of Ukrainian exporters on this marketplace grown? I mean, crafts, products that Etsy focuses on. Well, I've no Etsy business analytics. Let some time pass before we can do some cross-sections. Maybe Yulia knows more about that. I, however, can say that dear business office clients have well increased their presence in exports by some 25%. I mean, people who are trying to do some exports or grow their exports. That's the analytics that we maintain at our institution, but generally such a review would entail looking at customs databases, but 30% is important growth. Yulia. Again, over these past 2 years, how has e-commerce in Ukraine been doing? What challenges have they dealt with? And how, I've been in this story for 15 years, and in the past 10 years, quite actively in exports. So the government is keen to promote exports and do it efficiently. Many of our experts are individual entrepreneurs. You will probably see in a moment a link to a very good guide. We did a reference book earlier this year that helps people learn about registration, accounting. You will see the contents on this slide quite a lot. Customs, procedures, tax policy, national banks have all heard the exporters and provided them with a clearer guides on taxation. Pioneer is the indisputable leader, so you pay your taxes as a group 2 or group 3 entrepreneurs. Ukrainians know what it means, so you can there existed different customs constraints, and there's currency regulations, tax code, and customs code. I've already told you about tax green light to entrepreneurs. Currency regulations was the first to deregulate, and we should say thank you to our IT community. So currency regulations, what they say is that if you payments do not exceed 10,000 US dollars for 400,000 Ukrainian hryvnias, no problem. If you don't fragment your batches, this will raise no questions with currency regulator. You may forget the word currency controls. Now about the customs controls. So the customs is going to deregulation. Our customs procedures are now completely paperless. So when you create some bill of lading, an electronic copy is sent to the customs, and the customs officer won't even lay his hand on your parcel, so to speak. We fill out all the data very accurately, make sure that Ukrainian customs clears your shipments. We spent a lot of time with the customs of Ukraine and succeeded in getting some relief. Of 150 euros was the customs value of the goods. Now imagine you send something big to Australia, Ukrposhta will bill $200. It wasn't fair. We prevailed. Now what the customs say, once you create your transport declaration, this is automatically regarded as a bill of lading. So if it is not in excess of 1,000 euro. What does it imply? Well, forget about brokers, forget about 2,000 hryvnias for bill of lading, forget about different systems and syncing between them. So it's one-click operation, completely free of charge. You just log in on your account at Ukrposhta. Yes. This is something which deserves a round of applause. Ministry of Finance stood its ground to the very last. However, we should thank Danilo Hetmantsev, who said, stop telling us why it's impossible. Tell us how it can be made possible. You have a week, and I want to hear how you did that. It was done. No problems with the story. What's ahead of us? Step-by-step sectorial elimination of various constraints, jewelers and other decors. Etsy has about 2,000 sellers in decorations. They never had it easy selling them abroad because the customs legislation of Ukraine referred to the World Postal Union that operated the notion of customs value. So you multiply it by 2, and only 77 countries could enjoy this regime. So the Cabinet of Ministers abandoned this requirement, so you can send your parcels anywhere. And food producers, there's a Soviet time rule in the customs code, 10 kilos max per parcel, which is not fair. We think that Ukrainian producers of foods, inclusive of chocolates, should enjoy a better regime. So if you see some obstacles remaining, let us know about them. We know how to do that. Like I say, there are no radical limitations. USAID help us remove lots of barriers. The market is pretty much open. We're now fighting, competing with the marketplace. Increasingly more marketplaces are interested in engaging Ukrainian producers. Be active. I'm sorry, I stop at this. Thank you, Yulia. A lot of work has been done, not all of it. If you listened to Yulia, there's some room for improvement, but it will happen sooner or later. Since we have started talking about direct exports, money is related clearly to this matter. Here is my question for you. On the payment system side, what you say? In the past 2 years, what have been the trends in commerce? Thanks for that question. Happy to see you all and be part of today's gathering. Us being able to watch the development of Ukrainian economy, I can say that e-commerce has been on an increase all the time. We started in 2018 and e-com has been growing ever since. Speaking of Etsy, we did have a long round of, so to speak, negotiations, because Etsy is one of those big marketplaces that we could not get access in terms of payment products. We've been working with Walmart, Amazon, but Etsy, for some reason, Etsy sellers community been bombarding them with their requests, and in the long run, it happened. So this must have been one of the principal changes expediting integration with Etsy. In the past 2 years, accessibility of international marketplace has increased. B2B commerce comes out of this process. I hope you could hear me, right? So first of all, it's higher accessibility, better integration with Etsy marketplace, and I'd say thanks to Julia and people like her, thanks to the wells of training aids, people who are just starting or have just started have a lot of free step-by-step instructions on setting up their business. The quantities, the amounts have been growing because the efforts lead to great outcomes as measured by the figures at our disposal. Thank you very much for your comment. You touched upon the topic of trainings on how you can make use of the opportunities available. There were multiple training sessions on expert schools, but still people keep asking how you can use it, how you can get on this marketplace, how you can use the payment system. Matter of fact, entrepreneurs themselves may have difficulties in figuring all things out. So over to you with my next question. You did lots of trainings, you're working with entrepreneurs. So what is the greatest demand in terms of trainings? What entrepreneurs strive to learn? As a CSO, we are dealing with entrepreneurs directly. The initiative we implemented back in 2022 when we provided financial support to 100 of Ukrainian producers helped us see some interesting stats. The project then collected over 3,000 applications, and we had a significant amount of data that opened our eyes on what was happening in the community of Ukrainian entrepreneurs. Again, back then, this was the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Over 40% of businesses suspended their activities, and the demand was then stable. We kept collecting data next year and this year, the year 2024. So it seems that the greatest demand is for helping to start exports, because without international trade, it's difficult to think about business development or scaling up. Another question is how one can make use of different marketplaces, which marketplaces are well, serve best certain specific needs. Some who just start selling abroad may fail making so that's in such situation people would call you and ask how you can grow your sales and grow your micro business, your solar entrepreneurship endeavor into a story that is more like business. Another most common request is to help with financing. Oftentimes, budding entrepreneurs don't have enough resources to make this leap from micro business to a bigger story. Funding plays an important role. We have had a lot of feedback from those who started in 2022. Well, they were not a big deal in terms of scholarships, $1,000 each, but we heard that at that time, even that small amount was critical. It was seed money that helped people take some steps ahead and develop their business, grow their business. I have another question to follow that up. How difficult it is for a micro business or people who are just thinking of starting, producing something, growing something from micro to small, so to speak. Is this a long and winding road, or there are some tools that can expedite this journey from dream to micro to small? Well, entrepreneurship is never easy. It's always a quest and a challenge for those who decide to embark on this road. Big question here is that we people should nurture this legal business culture. So business founder should clearly see that he wants to grow, that he'll never confine to home shop. Well, if you hear stories that micro businesses grew into something bigger overnight, don't believe them. It all takes time. It all takes lots of effort. It may involve some financial losses. Be prepared. But I think that in the Ukrainian situation, the government may at all times help entrepreneurs with trainings, with foreign market research, but generally the road is indeed long and sometimes windy, but you can negotiate it in shorter time if you make good use of the available tools, of the programs created and implemented to support SMEs in Ukraine. By the way, 96% of Ukraine's economy stems from micro businesses. Question is whether you can ever try and grow into something bigger. Thank you. We have now discussed some of the very topical issues. we are facing as the e-commerce in Ukraine is growing. There's potential, there's demand for it. Many of our entrepreneurs have already started making use of those tool kits, but I think we can really think of having more and more exporters. So let me ask you this final question. What's the future of Ukrainian e-commerce? What improvements can you suggest, including government regulations? What tools can be used to help Ukraine's e-commerce attain a new high level? We are starting with you, Andrei. Thank you very much for your question. Very relevant one. In the future, if you ask me, entrepreneurs working on marketplaces will grow demand for grant training programs. At some point in time, we'll need to making exports more systemic thanks to those grant programs. So there'll be demand for that. There'll be market for those programs. So exports can be grown not only through marketplace but through entering retail and wholesale, like other channels that Ukrainians can use to grow their business. I think that PayPal will one day come in. Well, Payoneer, yes, but long-standing request is for PayPal. Matter of fact, and in case you miss it, we don't need PayPal if you have a Payoneer. No offense, I'm just saying what I keep hearing. So this is where I would focus your attention. Can I respond briefly? Entrepreneurship Support Office has quite some status to address international donors for supporting export-oriented programs. We have posted a very interesting interview with Deputy Minister Berezhna explaining how you can fill out grant applications. But what I'm saying is that we would probably be happy to see more export-oriented programs targeting micro business as well. I've seen some service companies, barber shops, coffee shops, but we are interested in producing physical goods and delivering physical goods to other markets, Americans, Australians. It's in addition to economy, also is about culture, diplomacy. Ukrposhta maintains a shop on eBay, well, on Amazon too. We sell our postal stamps there. So if you look at the comments, people are so impressed with how we deliver. So people value not just the product, but the service, the packaging. Clearly, you are supposed to provide some sturdier packaging if you think of overseas shippings, but the inside packaging should be as attractive. So I think that it would be good to design and implement next year a program to support small-scale exporters. Can't agree more, Yulia. See, our discussion hasn't been in vain after all. Come to think of it.
виробників це якраз персоналізація.
A strength of Ukrainian producers is personalization. We are not Chinese producers. We can't reduce the cost of production. Well, you may be using lots of Chinese products, but Chinese economy, and it is therefore why the Chinese government invests into logistical chains and advertising. Our government has had different priorities, recovery, restoration of road infrastructure, bridges. So we have to look for other sources of funding. There are donor organizations, so it's not so much overregulation or access to funding. It's the lack of skills that could help properly do grant application, listings, and it is important for a seller to understand what goods sell well on any marketplace, and then put more dollars into marketing so as to grow this sales. Payments, no problem. Payoneer gives you all you may need or even more. Logistics, again, compared to other national postal organizations, Ukrposhta is just great. There are private companies, DHL and other carriers. In spite of the fact that there is no air service out of Ukraine, we are in touch with all postal operators outside of Ukraine. So all we could do to make people not be affected by the hostilities and the logistical was done. So there are lots of financial programs, training programs. So find your people, invest in them, because these people, these skills is what brings your business some prospect. So select proper people, train them, and achieve other levels in your project. Igor, to you, what's the future of Ukrainian ecom? What can gives it additional boost? Well, we can't see anything else but further development and growth, thanks to the partners, associations, and people who help us push it ahead. There can't be any other way ahead of us. In terms of opportunities, I believe that access to various products, including financial products, administrative products, will only grow. All technologies facilitating your work with the marketplace, with your product promotion. Yulia was right when she said a lot has been done. There's a good deal of people who need only a small impetus to get started, and then the pieces of the puzzle come together much more easily. And so I see some prospects for a very speedy development, notwithstanding all those multiple challenges. Yes, many businesses had to shut down after the invasion. Many businesses had to relocate, but we are working. We are not working with Ukrainian sellers, but we do monitor the situation, and I could tell you that in 2022 many people said they were busy with other things, have decided to come back. So if internal and external conditions improve, we will all witness a powerful boost. Thank you.
So, your opinion on the future of Ukrainian e-commerce. Nowadays, Ukrainian products are such powerfully presented in the world that our brands are on the covers of famous magazines, and our brands are very recognizable, and our brands are loved in the world, so we have a huge potential to grow in that direction. And a very important step is to change the mindset. I mean, the official registration of your business. I'm sorry for getting back to the topic, because it's not only about the access, not only about the possibilities, but I want to emphasize that everything is available only for those who are registered, I mean, our training programs. So, when a business is being registered, so these formal steps are being conducted, and then the further work happens in a different way. So that's why I think that Ukraine has a huge potential, not only to be the huge part of the world market, but to set the direction, because our talents and our level and our quality that we can offer, it's not only competitive, so they are an example in the world. So I see only the development. Thank you. And also, all the participants of this discussion, as I can conclude from the results of our discussion, that there is the potential. The potential is huge. We have such a talented nation, and a lot of people think that it's just a hobby for them, but it could have become a business for them. And also, there is a lot of work to do in this direction, but I'm sure that the results of these collaborations and support and the development and the training programs and launching and establishing the process of export, so we will see them, and I hope that next time when we are present on the discussion about e-commerce again, so we will be able to compare the results starting from today. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, величезна подяка. Я прошу ще раз оплесками подякувати Андрій Ремізов, директор Державного управління Офіс розвитку підприємства та експорту. Юлія Панченко, директор Департаменту Павленко, перепрошую, Ганна Зен, директорка громадської організації Tech Bureau, та Ігор Гераско, керівник відділу продажу Центральної та Східній
Sales in Central and East Europe. Thank you very much. There is the suggestion, after such a huge amount of useful information, I suggest that we have a coffee break. So you could share your impressions, ideas, and you will be able to talk to our speakers in person, and we are waiting for you again in 15 minutes in the hall.
Шановні пані та панове, трошки голосніше мікрофон, будь ласка. Друзі, хочемо нагадати, що за 5 хвилин ми вас чекаємо у нашій залі. Ласкаво просимо, 5 хвилин. Не зволікайте, будь ласка. Шановні пані та панове, я нагадую, що до початку другої сесії залишається 3 хвилини. Ласкаво просимо. Я бажаю всім смачного, але не зволікати. Шановні пані та панове, я запрошую до нашої офіційної зали.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please come back to our room so we can start our session dedicated to Ukrainian SMEs on Etsy, challenges and success stories. As you are making your way into this room, let me remind you of our kind request to follow me to the shelter just opposite Unit Cafe, where we're gonna continue pretty safely in case of an air raid alert. I understand that the break was probably too short, but with a lot of information to share. Yulia, I know that everyone would immediately come, and Yulia, I know how it is. Please grab your coffees or teas, take your seats in the front rows. Front rows are to be taken as a priority. Our ladies are about to come up here with their beautiful presentations and their success stories.
Я думаю, що багато вже хто зрозумів.
I hope you must have guessed who our moderator during the second session is gonna be. The trick is to take a mic away from me, so I'll get started as our participants make their way to the room and to their seats. There's a bunch of success stories on Etsy. There are some downfalls and successes. I will introduce them appropriately. I was just waiting for the participants to come back. Now, quite officially, let me announce our panelist Elena Horchakova at the hall, co-founder Victoria Husta from Nesamovita, founder Toys from Mel, Regina Serdyukova. Happy to see you all now. Yulia, just 2 seconds more and you'll switch in. Moderator, International Operators Department, Ukrposhta, Yulia Pavlenko. Thank you all. You may have heard about Koalanda that gives you access to ads-related stats. Just register and you'll be able to see number of new shops, number of those who quit. There are over 35,000 shops, Ukrainian shops, open in different categories, and the service, incidentally, takes stock of all the active shops, their ratings. We are the world's 9th in terms of open shops and the listings. These are the shops, so to speak, registered in the names of Ukrainian entrepreneurs, producers. It's a very compelling story, and you will now hear more about 3 of those stories from our inspirational leaders. Every one of them has their story to share. Whose presentation is the first on the list? Olena Honcharova, anti-home. Olena, so here is your mic. Tell us more about your project. We think that every one of you sitting here will have a chance to do a good job of advertising their product. Cool. I am about to start buying. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak. I am in the home. We do knitwear, handmade.
Це товари для новонароджених.
They are goods for newborns, general decor items, decor for the children's room, for your pets, and Christmas decorations. Now, our stats are shown here. We've been there since 2018. To illustrate, well, it's self-explanatory. In the past 6 years, well, see for yourself.
Із таких цікавих фактів, трохи статистики. Наші топ-країни, перш за все, це, звичайно,
Top countries where we sell: US, Canada, Germany, and the UK. Something that echoes what you heard earlier about the Christmas skirt to decorate your New Year's tree. 890 sales, 26% of our entire Etsy-generated revenues. After 2022, our share of sales as opposed to our own cart is 12%, but in 2022, almost 90% could be attributed to Etsy sales. Thank you. For starters, this is all. By the way, have you noticed that initially that stories start to roll out from Etsy? Now you have your own homepage, and it helps you engage your clients. Classical story for a typical Ukrainian entrepreneur. Everybody is asking, how do I start? Marketplace is the easiest start for all of us. So you find a bestseller headliner in your sales, and hasn't happened, didn't happen right away. So how did you come to understand that this would be your star? So, no, of course, we started with testing different categories. We have a handful of them. What I showed was just a small part of it. Why do we love Etsy in terms of experts? It's because you as a business can test cheap and fast the markets for your products. You can, well, no need to invest thousands of dollars into marketing effort. I'll be quick. And back in 22, in addition to, you know what happened to all of us, business suspended, clients fearful of buying from Ukraine, and the cradles, something which was our bestseller before. We thought that we would have to shut down. So we decided to do our own website. Testing these products on Etsy prompted us that we need to go on with investing in, well, a very instructional story. This is our marketing, our advertising effort. So little money it takes to test and see how it works. With this, we'll segue to our next speaker. Nessamowita project, Victoria Husti, founder. Welcome, Victoria. So tell us more about your remarkable project. Briefly about our project. It started like a hobby, not a business that was then developed into a brand, and only now we are taking effort to convert that brand into our product. Ours is the same story as others, downfalls, fuck-ups, etc. But briefly, we are a Ukrainian brand that creates a stock of senses. We redefine, synthesize the legacy of prior generations. We're creating a new, so to speak, medium art that can be worn, that can be gifted, that can be taking along wherever you go, if you go anywhere, or via various platforms.
Нескромно про наші
Well, not so modestly about our
наш цикл від виробництва
advantages, competitive edge, all the way from production to marketing to images done in Ukraine. My personal mission was to promote cultural awareness. Initially, I was only targeting Ukrainian market. In 2020, this was the time when we started to, well, promote, popularize our product. Ukrainian wasn't so much a fad. So we started with the songs and tours, the 70s, Нічека місячна, я піду в далекі гори. We thought that we would use that to build a dialogue with those who are nostalgic about their childhood. Some people told us that these tunes were the ones they could hear as lullabies sung by their mothers, but we are a craft producer. We don't think large scale. We have no ambition to grow to big volume. So it all started, look at just the hobby, supported by influencers and media. I was alone in the first year. I created the site, communicated with the designers, I made concepts, communicated with publishers. So I was alone, and it helped me start exporting in a small and easy way. No need to find freighters, negotiate with the customs. Etsy helped me start with the sales abroad. I got the taste of selling abroad thanks to Etsy. So kerchiefs and shawls were the first. We popularized this wear as an accessory that helps you distinguish silk kerchiefs and warm totes. That's been our leader Nat says. So when I was invited to speak to this audience, I was kind of surprised because currently we are stagnating on Etsy. Frankly speaking, because we are short of resource. Where there is a focus, there is an outcome. Priorly, we didn't focus on Etsy, but now we are thinking of using it to boost exports. Sadly, sales in Ukraine are on the decline. And this clearly makes it necessary to look elsewhere. We introduce ourselves via our partners, via showrooms they have elsewhere, but this is how we think we would move ahead. A little bit of somewhat boring stats of ours. Well, instead, I'd better tell you what we have done and haven't done. Sporadically, spontaneously, we worked with Etsy. At times, it was successful, and we were recommended to do at least budget advertising to grow organic traffic. It was something that I questioned. I showed you that beret. We did 4 listings. Our subcontractors picked it up. I didn't see any single striking result, but we also updated tags on the eve of holidays. We also promo code bulk mails, which was good. We were in communication with people who liked our pages. You know, there were quite a lot of hits, but not so many sales. When we started doing this promo code, some invitation letters sent to those who liked our products. This live communication helped grow our sales, and we worked with a firm that was recommended to us. I already mentioned that where there is the focus, there is an outcome. I know lots of cool businesses, both small and big, that scored some success on Etsy. However, this was their priority channel. And second thing, lack of competent staff with relevant experience. I started all alone trying to figure everything out. I could not possibly do it unassisted. So I'd suggest select a focus, an area where you can show yourself, or outsource it. Don't try to do everything all alone. Oh, I've been talking too long. It's open house, so no problem. I thought that I've been talking too long. No problem. We failed to update relevant keywords. Well, Yoram helped us identify relevant tags that wouldn't be as popular, and therefore pushing us up in the list. So we didn't pay significant attention, sufficient attention to analytics.
So I have just had the conversation with the person who conducts the analysis of the market, and I want to say that I have stereotypic mindset, and I think that most of the products are best sold, like those that cost like under $100, but I had the response that it's the mistaken opinion because it depends on how unique the product is. And usually our stereotype about too high prices, it makes our work much more difficult because people buy products easier when they have the emotional impulse. I think that's it. Dear colleagues, please support us. There is no bad experience. Experience is always the new beginning, and everything that was said before is the very good illustration of the things which we are going to do on mentorship program in terms of this project. So there is the program that we have prepared with Hanna that will be conducted twice a week on Monday and Thursday. and also you will have the session, and also you will have a home task. So we want to make this program closed because we want to pay attention to all these 500 participants. We cannot control everyone if there are too many people, whether they have done the tasks or not. There was the picture about the laziness, which keeps you away from achieving the result. And a lot of people think that it's hard to achieve the result, but we want them to achieve something at least in 2 or 3 months from the beginning of our training program. So we will start training straight away. We will not have time for some additional discussions. We will not wait for the season of sales. That's why we will start working from the very beginning. I want to emphasize that please be ready for that, so your system will work accordingly. This way, we want to help such people achieve their final points, I mean to launch as it follows, because you were doing your best in the past, but you didn't achieve the main point. Again, we were focused more on the Ukrainian market, and we have succeeded in that. So I think that Vogue magazine will help you in the future. So I want to pass the floor. Could you please turn on our presentation? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. We will talk about that briefly. I will not talk too much about that. I am the founder of the project Toys from Mel. So this project was established a few years ago with a lot of mistakes, and this shop was opened from the second try because these items are not for everyone. I want to say welcome to those who want to see our production. And here I'm showing you our best sellers. And so these are goods that are being sold on in our shop. So that's the item which has been sold more than 1,000 times. It was not only in this color, but it was sold only in the smaller size. I remember that the white one was sold more than 1,000 times, and we will have more of them by the end of the year. So that's the biggest, and that's the most difficult to produce. Then talking about the countries and the main direction, so 70% of the customers are from the US, 25% from the European Union, and others are from 5%. I remember that there was in Australia, and French Polynesia, also Mexico, Sri Lanka, Greenland, Yemen, Hong Kong. And I want to express how thankful I am to the post offices that deliver everything. And I'm really thankful to Ukrposhta that in March of 2022, when you have started working again, I was standing under the door of your post office because when everything was stopped, I mean the post office, I thought that we will close our shop. I want to add a remark because I talk to marketplaces. I remember talking to eBay team that I asked them what will they do when the situation gets worse, and they said that they will just send all the shops to kind of vacation. And I was telling them that here on Pozniki, I will be working there in the shelter, but please don't close our shop. And they wanted to stop the shops automatically, but if they have done it automatically, it would have been a disaster. to restore them. So that's why we were working with other different marketplaces, and our job was very fruitful. Most of the projects, again, 50-70%, the customers are from the USA. And these are, and also Mexico. Why are they popular? The first thing is, first reason is the English. The second reason is understandable methods of promotion. I mean, Google Ads, Instagram. And the third reason, there is the culture of handmade. I mean, there are people who want to buy the t-shirt for $1, so they will just visit Temu, AliExpress websites. But those who visit the website of Etsy, so they understand how valuable the culture of handmade is. And actually in Australia, US, Mexico, so these topics about handmade production are very, very popular. And remember that there was Davanda in Germany, so it started to monopolize marketplaces. So, I mean, if we talk about the topic of marketplaces, it's good that Etsy has accepted our requests, so they have opened some new possibilities for accepting payments. And I hope that those people from Etsy, I mean, who are in Brooklyn, from their team, so they will see us, so we will try to stand out of the crowd so they could see us, and they will continue supporting Ukraine even more. And what I want to say, our strong side is personalization. We can do a lot of things in the personalized way, and also we know how to automatize that. I remember the toy that you have shown on the screen, and I see that you can change the colors, you can change the size of the toy, but it doesn't affect your productivity on the market. I think that in terms of trend, it will give you a very good advantage on the market, because you understand that you compete not only in terms of Ukraine, but you compete with the whole world. And if we could turn back time a few years ago, yeah, you remember about your mistakes. What would you do differently if you turn back to the past? There is the question. I would have hired an employee. So that would be an employee. So I would delegate some physical job to this employee. I wouldn't have delegated Etsy to a different person, and it's more important for me to be to participate in all the processes and know everything, because as a result, so the shop becomes more like self-independent, but then we can automatize it with the help of other services. Yeah, so I think that she's a professional person who knows a lot about that. So the thing was that I started working with the field which I wasn't very acquainted with. Also, one remark about Etsy. So these are not just spendings, that's more like investments, because then you will gain even more. And I want to say that I wouldn't have changed anything, because only these mistakes, they helped me to gain enough experience. And I think that the specialist who works separately with Etsy would be very useful. I remember that we used to cooperate with different freelancers, different agencies, but I wanted to be the person who works only with us and only with Etsy. which piece of advice which you have given to our guests? So which products have you found for the optimization of your work processes? I mean, what would you recommend us if we are friends? First thing first, I remember there is the platform which helps with the translation. Yeah, translation is very important because Google Translate doesn't help a lot. So DeepL is the best dictionary, and it helps to find the most suitable words. So a lots of people can struggle with the language. And also you can use ChatGPT, and I remember that when we started, so all these tools used to be something like a dream, but now it's much easier to get acquainted with the AI and the way it works, so you would get the information which is needed. Regina?
Що у вас там такого класного було?
You know, I was driving there. I was going there to the scene, and I remember that I was talking to my husband. So, what would I recommended to the beginner? Just to start, because there will be a lots of challenges, the language, the optimization, but still you have to overcome everything. You have to meet these challenges, and only this way you will be able to gain the needed experience. And I think that the resource is just the fact that you have begun to do something. There are lots of materials on YouTube, more than 200 videos recorded on Ukrposhta's channel, and they are really, really helpful. So actually there is much information, and Tanya Wonder will present or will deliver her speech in this hall today, so you can usually tag her if you need to ask something. So she has the Telegram channel where she shares this information also. And actually there are a lot of people who ask questions, and a lot of people are trying to help them, and it's absolutely fine. So don't be afraid to start. Olena. I think that I wouldn't say something new. So I think that you can use Vela to edit a huge number of listings. For example, you can have like 500 listings, and something changes and you have to spend a lot of time on that. And also when we were preparing for the event, so Tatiana Bondar's video are really helpful, and it would be good to implement them into the program. There is a lot of information that she presents, and it's in Ukrainian, which is great. And if we talk about our niche, for example, the home decor for home, so if there are products that are dedicated only to some celebrations, they can be a bit harder to sell. But again, it's all about personalization. Also, if we take the goods for pets, they are very popular because people can spend a lot on their pets. And also you have to invest a lot in customer support, because the audience on Etsy is very loyal, and if you behave the same way towards them, you have the same attitude towards them, so they will become your customers. So actually there's the problem of marketplace. So there's one case which I like to talk about. So there are some artists from Kharkiv, so they have created pictures approximately 2 meters height and width, and they had the perfect history on Etsy, and once Etsy just blocks their shop, and I helped them, and I asked them, and they went to the office in Brooklyn, brought the documents. They showed that it's their artwork, that they are good people, and still they have their shop blocked, where there have been tens of thousands of sales. And in terms of platform, Etsy is good, but also we have to have the multi-market approach, because first you start with Etsy and then you start to upscale. Because on Etsy, some political parties, your competitors can send reports, can ban you, and it may affect your sales. So be sure that you have like the plan B. So try to open more shops on other different marketplaces, and always try to diversify such risks. And then you should create your brand, because if you have brand, nobody can take it away from you. Actually, talking about this case, they have created their websites, and now they work with the help of the websites. But nowadays, they have their website as an active page, and they have transferred all the clients from different marketplaces only to website. Then, talking about the regulation of logistics, some other aspects, there are lots of cheap services, some CRMs. I know that Ukrposhta has something like that. So they would put their parcels into register and make the working process easier. So it's very important and very easy to group if you have everything in the CRM in the table. So try to automatize everything that can be automatized, because again, the main focus and the idea should be focused on the development on the product and on the promotion of the product. You can read it from Philip Kortner. You know, there are 4 P's and 4 C. I mean, 4P is what the product represents, and 4C rule is how the customer sees our product. Because what can be valuable for you, it's not always valuable for the customer. Unfortunately, you cannot. So you cannot learn all the marketing. You cannot delegate marketing totally. You have to invest into that. You have to learn that. And even if there are specialists, I want to apologize, but still, you as the founder must be involved into the process. Thank you very much for such a fruitful conversation. You inspire other people, and you do really important cultural work. And when there are some foreign guests and they check our results in Ukraine, so they are very, very inspired by us. Thank you very much. The director of the Department of International Operation, Ukrposhta Yulia Pavlenko, thank you very much for the moderation. Regina Serdikova, Victoria Gusti, and Lena Vorchakova. Now I want to talk about the third part of our session. I think it will be very, very interesting, because it will be quite interactive, and I want to invite to the scene Tatiana Borna, the specialist of the promotion of the shops on Etsy. Tatiana, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for invitation.
Well, I wanted to make this session as interactive as it gets, but let me also try and strike some balance. You've heard about successful businesses, but no business is free from challenges or hurdles. So let me first tell you the 3 most common spread challenges one may encounter on marketplace. I worked with over 1,000 shops providing consulting services, so I've got some experience here. And I'll start with a small scale shop and then proceed via medium size to large scale. Sorry, runny nose, I may cough at times. So I'll give you this brief overview of the most widespread examples and then invite you, if you have a shop on Etsy or thinking of opening one, but bereft with some suspicions or thoughts. So here is the list of 3 most common situations. No sales if it's a new shop. Second, there are some sales, but it doesn't, but isn't profitable. And then, so new shop, no sales. Typically, your stats would probably look like that. You can multiply it by 10 or 20 times fewer visits than 1,000 a month. If this is the case, then probably your biggest challenge is to become visible. There are many talented entrepreneurs opening on Etsy. Well, the very fact you are on Etsy is a product of successful selection, because typically people seeking an opening on Etsy are those who do handmade, non-mass market, something unorthodox, and the commonest issue with a small shop comes not from the tags selected, because most sellers have a hang of keywords to be used, images, positioning of your shop. But like I say, the commonest issue is when you sell something cool, but it's not visible. And it is important to make sure that it is seen on a number of occasions. Sometimes traffic is high, but no sale. So when you see this query, you need to understand manner is what in terms of listing. If a listing costs $100, then it is fine if you sell something once in every 200, 250 visits. Like I say, if a listing costs $100 and you have less than, fewer than 200 visits a month, you need to increase, so to say, footfall. How can you achieve this? How do you increase traffic? The easiest step to take, but well, not the cheapest, is advertising. Advertising comes with its nuances, but now let me deal with the newcomers. What if you have advertising going on, but nothing seems to change? So the ad is in place, but doesn't work. Here you see this picture, $100. And you have 20 listings per ad. Well, quite common. This means that there's competition, unlike Amazon or social networks where the system will somehow distribute. Etsy may for some time withhold, thinking that your product is not competitive, and the click conversion, well, actually, clicks don't convert as successfully as your competitors, and in this case, what we do, we try to experiment with listing positioning. We also try to duplicate. I didn't expect you to ask this question today, and I'll try to deal with it later on. Well, duplicating is not so much about generating copies, but about making no stops in searching for best name, best look, to reach out to your well, consumers. If you put a tag like autumn of beret or a hat, wouldn't work, because you may have thousands of sellers that have learned how to convert traffic to sales. So you may try use an image for photo sessions, photo opportunities. So what I'm saying, you shouldn't ever stop in searching for best name, well, best tag, so to speak, that would make your product visible, uniqueness of your product. Seeing as Etsy is geared towards conversion and comparisons of products in terms of how fast a product can meet the expectation of the prospective buyer. So if Etsy won't show you in one type of position, you should try a different position, or work with the product, doing market research, researching your competition to see what you can offer that doesn't exist or seem to exist in the market, in order to decrease this ratio of clicks to displays to sales. So to be able to show your product better than your competition does. And the most boring story, regular interaction with the shop. The advertising, well, this is related to advertising budget. Uniqueness of product is also limited, but working with the market, trying to see how well, lack of investment, a shortage of investment, thanks to the programs that is being introduced today, presented to us, can eliminate some of the limitations. But as far as this is concerned, the first two bullets is where you come across some limitations, but bullet point 3 depends on how willing you are to spend time on that. And regularly adding new listings to the shop. You know, sometimes you hear how many products you should have to have a good performance. Really, even one product can bring success. If it can even be a very typical product, some sort of a wood shelf, but if you use special text to promote it, what I'm saying, you have to probably coin a new word synonymical to a shelf that other competitors wouldn't recognize. So it's about, well, identifying a niche, cottage decor, well, something that just occurred to me, but to position it to match the inquiries a prospective buyer has, such as, for example, a gift for a 40th anniversary of one's marriage. So you can offer those shelves bearing an inscription, Happy 40th Anniversary, or something like that. Yet another thing is that quite many sellers erroneously believe that tags are key to your successful performance. Well, matter of fact, appropriate tags have to relate to your product. If you don't sell patterned knitwear, no need to use this tag patterns. And another feature of successful tags is the tags or actual tag parameters that people would be looking for, so like moonshine or if you use a tag Лісова пісня, Forest Song, to advertise a product that doesn't even have a remote resemblance of a forest might be counterproductive. So direct tags that clearly describe what you sell create the biggest competition. So if it's just good enough rather than disruptive, revolutionary, your, so to speak, way upwards gonna be long. But if you work with maverick tags, you might expect the results to come your way earlier. So let's not dwell on that. I should probably speed it up. So the shop is selling, but not to your profit. So you look, the green square looks fine, but now if you compare the ratio of revenues to spendings, you see this isn't so fine. So best way to optimize is redistribute expenses. Well, I hope you know what it means. You look at the stats, try to find out which products are likely to bring to generate revenues, 143 sales orders. So if the scale is a month or two, now you can safely project if you have sold on 143 times, it may mean that your ROI will even be better if you work a little bit more on its conversion. Second, one sale, the ratio is fine. Well, it may depend on how marginal your product is, but one order isn't a solid basis for general analytics, so we may revisit that listing later on to see if it remains the same. But if your advertising budget is limited, I'd prefer it spent on something that sells well. And the products characterized by what you see down the line should probably take in off the listings. If your goal is to redistribute costs rather than invest in growth, we may for some time prefer redistribution of cost to what spent on something that works better. Well, focus on long term. You may have noted that since August we haven't had something I thought was cool. I advocated it with other sellers because I thought it gives you a very good sense of how your product behaves as opposed to other products. So long-term focus was about that.
І, ну, звісно, я думаю, що хто на Etsy працює,
Those who worked on Etsy would confirm that Etsy, all the products that are converted, sold more often and better, are shown better. Those who are poor sales will be shown at the bottom, which is basically any search algorithm gives you. But in search analytics, you could see the tags and as related to positions, and what was even more important, something sellers may overlook is that there are two parameters to listing performance. You have to be on page 1, position that is, and second parameter is how often you are shown in this position. There may be two products on the same page, but shown with different frequencies. Some comes up on the first page only 10 times a month, and another product that is shown there 10,000 times a month. Spotted NXT just shows you that your product figured on the first page. Unfortunately, no option is available to do the same type of tracking. Nowadays, I believe that it's been done provisionally before this type of analytics has improved. But what I'm saying is that long-term focus means that advertising shouldn't be taking as the sales promotion tool. When I said that listing needs traffic to sell, if you're 250 clicks at 25 cents per click means $50 to $60 in cost. So if listing costs $100, then it makes sense, but $60 would only cover investment in the listing. But when we interpret advertising as a way to push your product up the list organically, and this has then led to higher sales, we will then conclude that even this advertising stats may in fact become quite fine depending on that budget, on the amount of organic sales. So if this listings gives 127 orders and organic alert added another 500, then it means that the shop is selling at a profit, and one may also infer that this is due to advertising. And again, such analytics helped us do that easier now, but still you can try and make a conclusion as to whether it would perform as well without such advertising. We know that advertising is for long term, so even if you have no idea how to work, make it $1 a day, and half a year you'll be able to see the trend. A couple of listings that sell regularly, some listings that sometimes are successful, sometimes are not. If your budget is limited and you paid for a week of advertising and a week later you see that some clicks didn't work as efficiently, this would mean that it's probably stems from the shortage of analytics at your disposal.
And the third case, the third situation is when the shop is good, but we want it to become even better than this. On Etsy, the main weakness is the optimization. I would say that it's not so difficult to start from scratch to a significant result. It's not difficult to turn the small result into a bigger one. But in fact, every upscaling is about optimization, and optimization is when you're able to distribute, to separate the processes into smaller elements and to understand what works there, what doesn't work, to improve the things that don't work, and to exclude the things that will never work again. Because statistics, which I'm showing here, it's not just the screenshot, it's everything. So everything here is important, even for those who don't sell right now. We understand that still we can work even you have such statistics. So here we have two types of upscaling. It's about vertical. It's called vertical upscaling. It's and we enhance sales for those listings that have already been sold. So it means that what can help to this sale satisfy the parts of people that react to that and make it better in comparison with the competitors, and to see the weaknesses that the competitors have, and also to check what people write to you in your request messages. And this is how we have managed to improve one of my projects. These are knitted items. And I remember that during lockdowns, a lot of people have bought different kits for baby showers. So people were ordering these kits, and I wrote them that we will send this parcel to the parents, and we will also apply the screenshots from the visits of the doctor, so that the young couple would make it a surprise for themselves. And I remember that we had a lot of feedback, especially from the USA, about how excited the couples were. And it was very surprising to see the ultrasound screenshots from the doctors. And talking about vertical upscaling, so we try to understand what helps our listing to satisfy the needs of our clients, and also about the positioning. So that's the second bullet point. Why is it difficult? Because it's when you work with the product and also when you search for more interesting suggestions for the markets. And among Ukrainian sellers on Etsy, there are lots of talented specialists, and when we have good products, but they are trying to come up with an ideas how to make it even more unique. So I will start from the second bullet and I will go back to the first one. So it can be risky because when we need to correct something in those listings that are already on market, they are ranked. Each of them has their own rates, and when we change them, it might be risky and it make things worse. And it's better not to do that, or if you have some ideas on how to improve the things that already work, so you can publish your listing. It's much easier rather than do the advertising, because what can be very profitable, it can be in advertising together with the sales. It means that if we talk about such products, so the price doesn't play the huge role. And especially when you work with the product from mass market and you try to compare it with the competitors, so in some variations, you may take the parts of the audience just by using the sale. But if the product is just good, but it's not unique, and they are not a lot of such unique, such fruitful, such useful products, for example, as Lush in their cosmetics, so it may work differently. So that's the easiest way is to use the advertising and the sale, and the most difficult part is how to make your product more conversional. Maybe it's because of your competitive advantages. It's about what you put on the cover on the website, because when you think that it's objectively better photo, so I think again that it would be less appealing for the audience. And also, if we talk about the risks of selling cheap products, so here we will have the example on how can we work with duplicates. Maybe you will be able to understand it even better. So it's when the same horizontal upscaling. So it means that when we have vertical, it's about helping our best sellers become even better. So the same listing would be sold even more often. So we increase the advertising budget, so we increase the price. So we put some competitive advantages. So we change the gallery, and so we could make people understand it easier on how to make this, why should they buy this product. But horizontal upscaling, it's about selling other items. I mean that technically it will be another listing. For example, it can be the same product, but it was different positioning. For example, you have the bestseller with the tag soy candle. You can take the same product and put the sticker on that, which says, "Look at you, graduating in shape." And it means that the candle with such a title can be like a gift for someone's prom. I mean, when you have changed the positioning of this product and you have optimized its visual, it can play a huge role for the producer of the candles. It's not about changing the package or the process of production. It's just the sticker which is put on the same product. Then your turn. So we can talk about. We can talk about. We can discuss your questions. Maybe you have some questions that you would like to solve, or maybe you can talk about the challenges that keep away you from the results or biggest pain while working with Etsy. So the last slide shows our QR code, so you can scan and you can keep in touch with us on YouTube, Patreon, and you can find out about my services. So I have put some notes. So I had the requests of being on the market. I decided that I will try it again, but another way. So the question, the old shop of 2021. So should we destroy the shop which was established in 2021? Or should we restore it, or should we create the new one from scratch? So, two answers for today in terms of today's program. So I have asked some ladies who have shops. So they have the possibility to create the new business. Actually, if you have an idea of the product that can be developed in the shop, like at the same time, in order to participate in the program. But if you have an old shop, it means that what I wanted to ask. So is it active? Yeah, so Pioneer is added there. On the one hand, I don't see any sense in like killing the shop and opening the new one. Maybe there can be the syndrome of the newcomer. For example, your new shop like wouldn't be so big that you can close the old one to work more on your new one. It means that if you put the same listing into the new shop, it will not give you any result. So you can just try to play with the advertising, and maybe you understand that you didn't have the systematic approach. Maybe the period of the analysis was too short, so you understand whether it was successful or not. So maybe it's about changing the description of the item or about personalization, so you have to check it. Actually, there is no right or wrong way of doing that, but from the perspective of aesthetics, if you want to make it more aesthetic, if you want to put some energy into that and start from scratch, you can give it a try. But if you take a look at the logic of the algorithm, I mean that the old experience will help you a lot right now. So the listings that work badly in the shops, it's not the minus, it's zero. So they are not harmful for you. And there is no need to kill that or to remake it. There is no need in that. But it depends. It's up to you. So I mean that it's better not to delete old listings. I mean, the question is it needed to delete old listings? They're not harmful for you. So if you have such listings that during the period from the beginning of the year, so they have more than 4 sales, I understand that it's such a big period of time, there can be a statistical mistake, but if this listing have some certain number of sales without your participation, I mean the people have just found it without your active actions, I mean that maybe there is something good in this
in these items. Maybe you can work with that. If you have some listings that have like 0 sales, you can try to remake them, or you can just try to delete them. So there is no critical issue. I mean, if there are some items that have this certain result, even if it's small, yeah, they can be successful. But if you know that the listing wasn't sold because I didn't give the link, I mean, you can create a new one with the same item. So I wouldn't say that it will affect its development in the future. So you can just leave this listing as one of those types of positioning that you are going to test. One more short question. So we went back to my project. So I was working on that, then I gave it up, and then we were in the recommendation with our warm scarves, shawls, and suddenly we started having a lot of sales. So how to make your product stand out in recommendations? Actually, it's just the peak, and it's the personal choice of the editors, and they position it as the choice of real people. So if something like that happened, actually your case is one of non-common cases. So I remember that there is so when they put your item into the recommendations, so they put like label on that. Actually, I know people who have this label on their items, on their products, and it doesn't help them at all. Also, there are some selections, for example, for celebrations or some thematical events. Actually, I know that every year there is the event which is called Etsy Design Awards, and and there are lots of judges, so people just apply for that, and then the judges. And I remember that Reese Witherspoon is the head of this. So there was Drew Barrymore also. That's the head of this judges, and they choose best items for these selections. As for me, there are no recommendations on how to be in recommendations, but I suggest don't focus on that too much, because some people can just get the traffic from the selection, and it can then ruin their statistics. I mean that if people search for you with the help of the search button, it doesn't ruin your conversion. But if it's but the thing is that if the traffic comes just from your item which is in recommendation, so it may affect your traffic. For example, there can be some I don't know, business cards. Yeah, they were just taken from Pinterest. I mean, the pictures were taken from Pinterest, right? And I mean that it may not be successful in their case. So to be honest, I don't have some certain recommendations, and I want to tell you, don't be upset when you are not put on a recommendation list. I have a question about the duplication, about the copying. So each of my products has 4 sizes, and we had one suspect that the client adds it into the basket, and then the client doesn't buy that. Maybe because he doesn't want to work with the selection of the size. And usually we have
the situation, like lots of items may have different colors, yeah, different sizes. Maybe we can create different pictures for same item which shows different sizes. Actually, we have the classical marketing recommendations because the last time the person spends between the steps of taking a look at the product and then buying that. So the short period of time shows the success for that. And if the person struggles with the understanding of the certain SaaS, maybe you're right. That's why they stop buying that because they don't know how to choose it correctly. But if the person buys the wrong size, will they be able to use the product? Yes. But usually the person wants to visualize something. So nowadays, a lot of people from the European Union stopped buying, and the metrics is different, and we had the thought that it may stop someone, may keep away from buying our product. So we see who buys our items and who just puts it into their favorites. I think that you should take a look at the number of listings. Maybe there's no problem in that, but the problem is that if the person takes the wrong size, it wouldn't be the reason of giving it back, the reason of the refund. It's not about the rings. Your idea with application by the size, it may be useful, but there is the nuance that some sizes may become too popular, and the person again, the person will not pay attention to the wide variety of sizes, but they will just take a look at the one which was on the recommendation list. And I think that you can just add it to your gallery because people don't read descriptions too often. And just on your main page, and add it to every item. So write it in centimeters just to clarify that everywhere, because I know that if we multiply into 4, maybe it will be an advantage, because we like let's say likes when there are lots of products on the listing. Actually, there is
Some sellers may tend to forget. We heard Taras asking about brands, and he was right when he said that buyers often buy what they see more often than so. You may see that some sizes get viral not because they are better for all intents and purposes, but because according to some sequence, after some sequence of events, this listing has become active. So it's about the number of baits you use on your sellers. You may do different interior design. So kind of scaling up, but the more there are sales, the higher it gets, and the less the shop. Yeah, the listing. It's important to understand that Etsy rates listings, not shops. So sometimes when they look for a product, they might be interested in seeing. Indeed, by the way, when one product boosts sales of another one, it is the number of sales, of course, and the comments. For instance, I currently have 55. If you take number of orders, 55 is the comments. Well, it is cool, but we're working towards that very hard. Thank you. Another question, if you may. Thanks for all you said, but now do you think of opening shops on Amazon, eBay, other? Well, I've some training on Amazon Handmade. I don't work with the direct shops, so as far as Amazon Handmade is concerned, I offer some trainings on Patreon, YouTube, and on Shopify. Well, but this is my main thing. Number of naturals ready for start. You can subscribe $9 a month, more than 50 classes. There was a QR code somewhere.
Тетяна, я тут.
Олена Красовська. Yeah, I'm to the right of you. Wow. I have two questions, quick one. If you got a 500,000 hryvnia grant, thinking of handmade shop, what kind of products you'd want to sell you? And that other question of mine, which is the most successful product originating in Ukraine and product from around the world? What kind of product? Hard to say. Secret is to show it in the right place at the right time. I would probably vote for a product that could kind of be produced on a conveyor belt. It runs counter to the very notion of handmade, but business is about repetitions. It's about scale production. There are shops selling products that cannot be copied, but business is about forecasting. If it's one of a product, we don't have a listing to work from. So first of all, this is gonna be something repeatable. Second, it's gonna be a niche. Children, pets, wood. To professionally answer your question, we needn't follow our intuition or emotions, but first do analytics, thousands of tables, etc. And, well, to continue, this would certainly be a giftable product. There's lots of cool products that are bad gifts. Digital products, how can you give them? Well, Etsy is currently bent on gifting. That's how they promote themselves. So something like that. But specifically, again, how to say, this would also be a product with a clearly defined buyer. Well, it's difficult to sell, well, just cool clothing. It's easier to sell yoga attire. It's difficult to sell silverware. Oh, silver decor, much easier. It is to sell silver pendant with a date of your kid's birth inscribed on it. it would be probably a product that can easily be styled as Halloween or Christmas Eve. Seasonal goods don't sell outside of the season generally. We aim long term, and seasonal goods mean 4 months a year. So no matter how good your performance is in December, by next September, hard to say what had happened to it. Now, best shops, Busy Puzzle, if I'm not mistaken, is ranked 32nd in the top 100. That's this speaker earlier mentioned that puzzles sell well, plywood, wood maps. Also, there's a great Ukrainian shop selling patterns for Kreuzer. Digital niche, you need to look into it. I don't think that the demand there is as high as in physical, but those who work with digital shouldn't be frustrated. Another cool thing to sell is something fitting in with B2B. So you sell something to small scale sellers on Etsy. Generally, biggest shop on Etsy, probably the most active one is the digital goods shop. Labels, something for planners, plus minimalist silver decorations. This is exactly the case of how to sell a product selling well. Well, I can say it's, the more universal your product is, the more difficult it is to promote it and frustrate your costs. Well, carrying on this discussion of decorations, Ali, Amazon, what do you think would sell? Well, earlier on I owned the core brand worked great in CIS. US market sometimes shows preference for something that was in effect here 10 years ago. So there are things that sell well in Ukraine, but not perceived as preferable in US or Australia. So what do we do in this situation to improve, to secure better sales in specific markets? Well, micro niches is a cool thing to do, but I don't know that it's easier said than done. I'll give you an example. Once we identified a great tag and we were analyzing a shop and found a tag clip for the stethoscope. So that clip that holds the tube on your robe, it could, the seller offered it made in silver, gold, metal, plastic, and sell well, minimum competition, maximum possible demand. I understand I didn't show you a clear route. Well, we want to go back to decorations. We have some subcontractors, lots of them, who are on the wave tide of the conflict, do a lot of patterned product, ceramics, glass. Do you think it would have well, how can you understand whether that it sell or not? Yes, you can take great pictures, but to invest money, time on and on, well, a rank helps you understand daily sales, not products. So I understand you want to analyze shops with open sales. Most important is to get started. When you start searching for something without knowing where to start with, just start. Jewelry, male rank, and general. So we go search for something with lots of orders and competition up to 100,000. Then, well, slips my mind, woodland jewelry, for instance, something like that. Go Etsy, woodland jewelry is your search. Go to the shops with open sales, that go to your rank and see how many sales were made yesterday, today, the day before. So we analyze shops with so many sales a month that you would like to kind of target like 30 sales a day, and so you have to make sure that this is something for real. And then you will have to do something to make Etsy show your product as frequently as the one you just looked at. Don't forget that it's about competition. Two identical goods, one makes 100 sales and the other one 0. Why? Because Etsy doesn't trust you as much. So if you convert no worse than your competitor, fine. So if your ultimate goal is to displace from the niche, it's a long-term endeavor. But you are going the trail already blazed for you. Another situation is when you come to the market with something new, you don't have to displace anyone. Well, you do, but it's about similar goods using identical tags. The disadvantage here, the flip side is that you have to, well, invest time, money into testing how this would perform. How can you minimize your cost doing it? Well, try experimenting with something that doesn't cost you a fortune, and experiment with Photoshop. Make a design, show if this performs well, then add some other Photoshop change design. Speaking of Photoshop, those atmospheric photos, models, where different looks, would they add significantly to your traffic, or nothing else would work? No, everything would. everything would work. What makes you stand out? Problem is you never know who is standing by your side that you would like to stand out from. On one hand, so for some products, items works better. So someone clicked on something that visually appealed. Other products would perform better with model photos. That depends on the listing you promote. If it's silver earrings, the tag, you can get 60 different positions in your search returns, because plus bestseller, star seller, free shipping. If you have 60 similar earrings, but yours is tagged with star seller, then probably you will get advantage, or gifts for your mom, and it is less likely that your product shown all alone would really work. But if it's a silver decor worn by a model posing as someone mom's, that'll work. So if it's a gift for mom, then again, a shawl would probably work better than just earrings. The difficulty here is that the same listing would attach to both gifts for your mother and silver decor. Here, you should think how you differentiate listings in different positions. Thank you.
Вітаю. У мене виробництво дитячих меблів на Україні.
So I work on furniture for children, and actually a lot of our positions are unique, despite the fact that our competitors still copy. And I remember that some time ago we were on Pinterest too. So is Etsy demanding in terms of the uniqueness? I mean, if I copy someone, is it too bad, or is it better to be unique? Etsy doesn't ban anyone except for some really popular brands. Of course, Etsy can ban someone, but they don't search for the violation of the author's rights. And I remember that there is the type of agreement or something on that. You can have some problems only if the owner complains about your listing, if he thinks that you have copied his listing. So it will just stop the work of your listing. But if you contact the one who has claimed that you are copying something, so that's the only way that you can solve the problem. So, and Etsy will restore your listing. But I remember that you asked about the demand for the uniqueness. So Etsy won't search for that itself. I mean, they just pay attention to the fact whether your listing is applicable for the marketplace. So if you want to copy, you have to be very attentive. You have to be very careful with that. But I remember that the complaint must be supported or something, yes. But if another shop doesn't have the patent, so they will not succeed in that. I remember that there were some cases with complaints. So in my personal case, I experienced when situation when the competitor copied my photos. So I have made the patent for that. So it was the shop from Ukraine. That's why Etsy has deleted it after my complaint. I don't know how it works in some other countries, but I think that, to say briefly, you have the risk of having complaints from those who don't have patents. So it depends on the manager who takes a look at your complaint. Good afternoon. I have a question. As far as you know, in 2022, it was prohibited to sell products for children for their sleep. But we have some products that can be shown if you search for them with the help of such tags. And we have such a hypothesis that we have a lot of views on these listings, but people don't buy it because there is not a target audience. And I think that it violates the statistics and the version of our shop. We don't want to sell it. Maybe we can just create another shop and put these items to another shop. I think it doesn't. It's not harmful for the shop either, and the average. So the average digits for your statistics can show it. And to be honest, I don't have enough data to judge whether you should put it to another shop or you can just change the listing. Actually, these listings are not harmful for your bestsellers. For example, if you have the bestsellers like Christmas tree skirls, just because of some products for children, so it will not affect each other. So I would say that it would be better to transfer such target audience maybe to your website so they would buy it there, but not on Etsy. But it can be risky for you, so you can even lose your shop because you have to show it for Etsy that you don't use it for babies, you use it for dolls. Maybe, I don't know. So, to be honest, I don't know how correct it is to count the number of people who click on that. But I mean that we don't sell lots of products just to play with dolls, but still they are in our shop. Maybe there is the solution on how to increase the sales of these items, because I see that now a lot of people create some other shops where they publish these prohibited items. So how can we cope with that? Unfortunately, on Etsy, we cannot just delete the advertising tags. So usually Etsy says that you can just show us whether some tags are just irrelevant, but you cannot fully delete them. So I cannot recommend you to put them into another shop, because I wouldn't recommend you violating these rules from Etsy. But I think that the demand for the product for dolls be different. So I think that it is possible that you can do it in a risky way, or you can do it fully officially and do nothing with this traffic. On Etsy, you cannot transfer your target audience officially to your website. You cannot just write it under the listing, but you can write it on the main page of your shop. And one question. So we have a lot of work with advertising on Etsy, because organic traffic works differently. And Etsy gives the recommendation that you can increase the budget for the day for some certain percent, and it will increase your result. So the question is, so if we agree to take this offer and we don't see any result, and then we decrease the budget for the advertising, so wouldn't it be a bad decision? Will it not ruin our statistics? So what can we do in this case? So can we decrease our budget? So these pieces of advice are from Etsy are not so useful. They are just given to you by the robots, and the robot hasn't conducted the very thorough analysis of your shop. But I think that you shouldn't pay attention to that. You should make your strategy of advertising. And if you decrease the budget for your advertising, so you will not be like punished by Etsy. So if you had the budget of $10 per day, and then you decided to decrease it to 8, so you just have the smaller number of views, and then you can see the smaller conversion per month. So it's not the main reason of, it will not be the main reason of some of your problems. I think I should have done shorter presentation. I want to ask you what potential and which possibilities are for food. So I saw that some edible products are sold. The main question here is the import of edible goods from the US, because the target audience will be from the US. To be honest, I don't know. So if this question is not the question, so judging from all the other details, so sometimes I think you will not have any other competitors except for the USA. It's very hard to import something to the US. And the situation is very good if you understand where is it better to sell them. The edible goods, which you can position as some small souvenirs, as gifts, it's a very and the very good thing are the favors. And so these are the types of gifts that are being given somewhere on the weddings in the US or on some birthday. They will not order just one item, they will order like 100 of them. And you can make, from one product, you can make lots of different ones, and you can just put, for example, the tag wedding. So and it will be the favorite kids. So the personalization will work out. So for example, like gifts for colleagues. So everything which can be connected to the gifts, like up to $30, and they can be used in different events. And talking about some tags. So what is that? So these are durable goods like tea and coffee. Yeah, so you can make like kits, which you can sell as the gift for parents. Maybe if you sell it just like the durable good, maybe it will not be successful. But if you position it as some untypical gifts, actually, that's the very, very competitive advantage for you.
Ну, так як і казала, бачите?
Ще ні.
Ще є питання? Так, у нас?
Are there any other questions?
Доброго дня, мене звати
Good afternoon, my name is Natalia. We have the shop of clothes for pets. So you have mentioned the policy of handmade policy. and our most popular item was blocked. It was the suit for dogs, because it's very hard to contact the person, someone in person, and how can we cope with that? So we also duplicated this item, but it didn't give us any good results. Maybe, and I understand that maybe we will not be capable of repeating the same result. I think there is the sense, and there were lots of cases of unblocking. Maybe someone can be unblocked during the next 2-3 days. Maybe someone can do it during 2 or 3 months. Understand that the algorithm takes a look at your items. So first the algorithm works, and then the living person. So maybe now you have just received the typical answer. I suggest that you just continue writing them. And we have had this experience of shops that had really really good listings, and they were unblocked. So the success depends on your luck, how fast you will be able to contact your manager. It can happen during the second day or the second month.
We already referred to some of the super cool shops who face that situation and are facing it. And I can recall cases when we managed to, so to speak, rescue the listings, and other cases when, despite all the connections, we failed. Is there a list, so to speak, of words or brands that you can't use? We do overalls for pets using Velcro. You use it as a tag, and I remember a season when almost all listings were blocked. We used the proper spelling, but then it turned out no matter whether you used capitals or not, you would be blocked. So using this type of fastener, are there any? Well, Velcro is a patented name, like Xerox, by the way.
Це як сталий такий вираз. Всі мультики – це Мікі Маус. Так от.
All animated cartoon in Greece sound like Mickey Mouse, so you have to.
Це не означає, що вам треба тепер боятись усіх слів.
You shouldn't shy away from all the words, but it turned out that Velcro is a patented. So
На фотці зробіть, додайте в галерею.
in your description so that it was a sticky fastener, and add an image where you would zoom in on the Velcro fastener.
Ця тканинка м'якенька. Так, і просто через те, що там в кінці 4 букви Іран підряд.
All Farmiran words are blocked because of that Iran coincidence. Clearly, you can't use brand names, but if incidentally something like that happens, it'd be an incident. But don't be easier on that. Once you were blocked, remove everything. I don't think that anyone would search for your product using Velcro, but it's in the product description. You can always replace text description with an image. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana Bonder. A round of applause. And as I was just told, every participant will get a link at the end of the day they can use to post other questions for Tatiana. Our official part thus has come to a close. You are invited to coffee and more networking opportunities. Once again, thank you, USAID Competitive Economy of Ukraine, for the opportunities to come together and learn more about ETSI, our partner Укрпошта. Yes. And Tech Bureau, a civil society organization. Thank you very much. Every bit of luck to you, and more important, let us all live in a peaceful Ukraine one day.